Let me set up something real quick, please. Welcome, Vivian. You got Lisa. You send up some heat. Oh, it's colder. It's raining over here. The front of my house doesn't drain very well. So, kind of, I wouldn't say floody, but basically. Cats at least have somewhere to hide. We have a greenhouse. Welcoming Miss Rhonda, Dipanju, Tawi. Nice to see you. Squishy water. Hold on, we got some background. We got Sister Mira. Let's get some fairy vibes. I'm trying to get a little fairy vibe here. Fine tune the vibes of the fairy. Welcome, Sister Megan. Nice to see you. Transcend, Christy. Input, stereo link that. Okay. Save, scene. Is it? Welcome, Butterfly. George. Keeping it grounded in the mystic village. A little mosaic micro loop from the microcosm. See how that's like. It's a sharper sound, that's what it is. I really need some balance. Everywhere that I go, many people are not committed to their meditation practice, and so they stress themselves out because they're not committed to peace, while they complain about world peace. It's what I see currently. We gotta practice the things offline and online. But I can't force people to. Of course not. It's because it's my mom's 6 months. 4 a.m. Sorry to hear that, sister. Some people only do things when they say they have no choice. That's what rock bottom is for sometimes, you know. Sad to say, but rock bottom is what I had to hit. But the beautiful part is that when you start to study ancient wisdom, which is universal truth, things that make sense basically, like nothing is permanent except change, nobody escapes death. It makes me realize it's just life. One day is your time too. But whenever you leave, what are you leaving behind? Legacy? And growing up in a Buddhist temple, when the monks chant, they hold a little fan of chanting. And on there, during funerals, it says it right away. Nobody escaped death. Which is a thing human beings don't really like to talk about anyway, so it's. But in my personal experience, I had to sit and face it a lot. Really, I just sit and reflect. Because sometimes we don't spend time contemplating enough. We just glaze over it and pretend we don't feel it after a while. You just gotta sit and face the difficult truth and be clear. If I can't escape death, then what can I do? Live your best life, because at least that's what you do have. You don't know what happens after death. That's just what I did. Are you scared of death? I mean, the only thing we're scared of is just fear itself. You heard that before. The thing is, you don't know what death looks like, but we can't escape it. Our mind can fear the unknown, or we can just learn to love the unknown. I'm not here to be attached to that day, because that unknown thing is the future. The thing I do know, I'm alive today. But one day I won't be. But when you're on planet Earth, are you doing something to ripple a positive image? A positive energy? The Buddha create peace on the planet. Even though when the Buddha's not here, the Buddha's still here. Bob Marley died a long time ago, but his spirit lives on through music and radio stations and Spotify and at reggae festivals and in the Mystic Village, because we jam. I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming. Here's a little song I wrote. Oh, that's Bobby McFerrin. Very similar vibe though. That's pleasant. I'm scared to die. My mom died so long. Every little thing is gonna be alright. This one's a bit more responsive. Welcome, Bella, Judy. What do you think of WEED and stuff now that you mentioned Bob Marley? To me, I don't relate Bob Marley to smoking that now, because I see something deeper than the surface level. I used to smoke and I had to quit. I see the message about one love in the music beyond, right? The substance come and go, but the one love has nowhere to go. It's just everything. But I respect it because I understand where people come from. I gain more from the message And that's what I honor. Do you think the herb can be spiritual? Everybody has a different take on it. Many Hindu monks smoke. I look at what's the result you want in your life and are you achieving it? That's it. Are you living a life that's genuinely fulfilling to you? And is that fulfillment getting better or stagnant? That's what I really look at to gauge people's result in life. Are you genuinely happy? If you're genuinely happy, do whatever you want. But if you're not genuinely happy, sometimes we lie to ourselves. That's why I'm always bluntly honest to people, because sometimes we're not even happy, but we say we are. But that's up to the person to be honest or dishonest. And if they are genuinely happy, God bless you, Buddha bless you, Jesus bless you. Do you think we can ever have a real life Robin Hood? What do you mean real life Robin Hood? Everyone defines that differently. Sometimes we use fantasy to describe that, but you have to use wisdom. You just have to know the cost of doing the wrong thing to do the right thing. Sometimes the weight of sometimes doing the right thing leads to the wrong thing, and doing the wrong thing leads to the right thing. But you have to have wisdom to make that decision. When you lack wisdom, you may do the right thing up front, but the consequences may outweigh. A person that stops the biggies from stealing from the small. It's up to the individual. You have to see everything as a case by case, because life's complex. We want to make a blanket statement about right and wrong, but to each individual is different, and everybody's influence and karma is different. Right? The karma matters a lot because your relationship with your situation is because you're born in a certain situation that influences you to be more biased towards one side or another. Some people have great mentors. Some people don't have great mentors. Some people thinks that stealing is going to help their neighborhood, so the whole neighborhood become thieves. Is that what you would like? Your whole neighborhood to believe in scamming and thieving people? Maybe, because everybody is different. Is it the wrong thing to steal? Of course, but is it wrong to steal something to save somebody's life? What worth more, somebody's life or a material thing? It's going to depend on the individual. Some people would rather have $500,000 and kill somebody. Right? There was a poll on by Mr. Beast. Right? Somebody randomly die or 10,000. A ton of people chose 10,000 over somebody's life. Why? Because a lot of people lack mentors. Or sometimes it's just a quick, easy poll that people do without thinking, but when you really think about it, it's not that easy. Out of sight, out of mind. So that's why it's not as easy, but you have to pay attention. So the more wisdom you have, the more you'll choose life. But when you're born in a rough neighborhood where life doesn't matter as much, no, as long as you're doing the best that you can, that's all that matters. As long as you know that to practice your whole life. Yeah. Because some people only practice when they're here, but when they're not here, they don't practice. Because when you practice everywhere, maybe you will guide your neighborhood, you will guide your family, you may guide your city. That's the whole goal. Light workers doing their part, mentoring each other wherever we are. I believe no matter what I do, just as long as my intentions are genuine, I shall be okay. Yes, that's true. But you also have to understand the world too. And sometimes you don't. So you have to experience. As you gain more experience, it becomes more complex. But at the core of it, it's so simple, right? At the core of it, it's very simple. But when you start to help the world, you start to realize you can't make everybody happy, but you can make most people happy. Even sometimes you help somebody, they still complain. Really. Some people are ungrateful. And that's okay. That's more about them than you. If I see the bad karma of others, is it my karma to help resolve it? We are asking a lot of questions today. Okay. It's up to your karma. It's up to you to decide if you want to get involved or not. You know when to get involved if you have experience. I help people quit substance all the time because I used to be involved with substance. I help people love themselves every day because I used to not love myself. I'm not convincing people to go to medical school because I didn't go to medical school, you know what I mean? I'm not convincing people to, to be an athlete, because I actually played football in high school. But, that's not something I like, yes, exercise. I do tell people to exercise. So it's about your life experience. Your heart knows where your strength is, right? My strength is that, all types of substance. All types of substance. Most types, but not the ones that drove me crazy. Just the ones that substance that helped me to get lost away from my reality. And that's all substance. Right? So why do I do sound healing? Because growing up, I was always in a musical band for Thai music, Thai group. Why do I teach people meditation? Because growing up, I loved meditation. I didn't even know I loved it. I just was good at it as a kid. And I listened to monks who are funny through cassette tapes from Thailand with my father in the car. The path chooses you. Why do I speak like this? My father speaks very well. My father's also a community leader in the Thai temple here in Houston. So naturally, leadership is like in my life already. Right? The perfectionist part of me, I'm not so perfect, but I do try my best because my mother's so perfectionist when it comes to Thai cooking. So growing up, my father talks very well, leadership, servants. My mother cooks very well, perfectionist, servant. And then you combine those two. Then kind of I'm the result of that. My sister is an architect. Amazing. And then I got lost for many years in my life, which led me to this path of helping people find themselves. I didn't even know this was possible today, to help people. That's my life. My father does it as a side thing. He's an AC technician. His side thing is a council member, but he's a really respected person in the Thai community here. Any trouble, call my father. Car trouble, call father. House leaking, call father. Dead rat in the roof, call my father. Right? You have a funeral, you need a funeral, my father sets up funeral. Right? Somebody's wedding, calls father. For real. You have an elder there, your house is flooding, call father. You have an elder and you need a generator, call father. So like my dad's like the ultimate like handyman person, and also is a very good host, but it's a side thing that he does. Yeah. So the product of that is full-time son serving humanity full-time, which I don't think any of them expected. I didn't even know it. I didn't even know it either. They're like, what are you gonna do with your life? I don't know, I'm lost. They want me to be like my sister, business professional. But nothing in my life led me to business professional. But it led me towards spiritual. Nobody really visions their child coming this way unless it is what it is. What I see happening around me often troubled me. I don't always have the skill to navigate my observation. No matter how much I work on my self-improvement, I don't always have the skill to navigate my observations. This is why self-mastery is a word. I wouldn't be this far in my life if I didn't experience any sort of self-devotion or result that's deep and meaningful and passionate. And as you help more people, your skill in helping people develops and you become a better teacher every day, that you don't give up on that vision. When I see a troubled world, I naturally know be the change. One person cannot change the world on their own, but we're not here to do it on our own. Why don't we do it together? I shave my head and might get the Om symbol tattoo on my head. Do you? That's on you. That's kind of extreme. But if that's what fulfills you. But the Om is something that is an inner practice. The reason I don't talk about plant medicine too much because most people abuse it and don't respect it. They say they respect it, but then they get stuck at a certain level of abusing it, which is why I don't really talk about it too much. When you disrespect the plant teachers, you disrespect yourself and you end up poisoning yourself, just like any medicine. As you begin to heal, it says don't use it recreationally, use it ceremonially. This is the word that I don't see people using too much. And imagine going through a ceremony you don't even remember. Because you did too much. Because you poisoned yourself. And somebody charged you money for it too. Even worse. But this is an uncommon talk in the spiritual community because it turns people off because so many people abuse it because it's prevalent now and it's become a mainstream thing. But that doesn't mean people respect it. And also it's because if you talk about it, the AI Robocop will come to do I hear somebody talking about paraphernalia? And we don't need that happening. Gotta self-censor. Freedom. But of course, spiritual people are rebellious in nature because for an awakening to happen, you have to have a little sass, for sure. You have to be a little rebellious to wake up. If you're too normal, it just drives you crazy. Might as well just be crazy. Just be crazy, man. Nah, it's. I like to focus on practicality, which is meditation, mindfulness, gratitude, positive affirmations, and things that lead people to take inspired action that they can do now. Not need to take and lay down for 5 hours or look at the star and try to see stuff. I want people to be able to just look at everyday thing and realize that's an effing miracle. Everything is a miracle. But people don't realize that because they're ungrateful for it. Like this came from India. You know how many teachers passed down the lineage of bowl making? And this intention is to help people relax. And it doesn't even need electricity. We're live streaming from our houses now. You know how many engineers it took to design that full-frame mirrorless camera? And how many years of human existence it takes to cultivate everything from every ancestors, even to the moving blankets, to the video lights, all right, neon lights, LED lights. You know they didn't have LED back then. Right, they had the coil. Every single thing is a miracle. So are you. Out of millions of cells, you came out. And out of billions of people, we're here together randomly. Laser. Like, think about that. You could be anywhere else, but you chose to be on Insight Timer. You chose to be on TikTok, coming to watch that dude with the singing bowl on screen. You could be watching football right now. I don't even know if that's what's on right now. You could be watching the Weather Channel, but instead you're randomly here and you still haven't left. Maybe you will soon. But you're still here. Welcome, Sonali. No, it rained hard today, and I meditated. Every Tuesday I have a meditation group, and I did a lot of listening today. Because the people who I meditate with, they're 20 and 30 years older than me, so I learn a lot about their worldview, and I don't have too much opinion when it comes to things they talk about sometimes, but I learn a lot because it's a different world and mentality, and I need to learn about that. So I was just like, we're not meditating yet? Some people worry worrying too much ain't gonna change the world. Being the change does. It's hard to teach people that, because we're attached to worrying. Because why? When we watch the TV too much, we end up doing what the TV's doing. Talking heads complaining. And no change. Then we become talking heads complaining, just like that. No change. Be the change. Right? It's not be the complain you wish to. Right? That's why there's not many Gandhis and lots of talking heads. There's not that many Buddha and Jesus. Lots of television. Podcast. You are the spiritual version of your father, fixing the mess collective seeking healing. Yes, my father is spiritual, but not on this, not as, my father was a monk for a year because that's what people back in the day did. Nowadays, it's traditional that Thai sons become monks, but some people just do it for a week for photos. When I went to, I became a monk. I became a monk. I ordained in America, and I flew on a plane as a monk to Thailand, and I start seeing, golly, they're monk on Friday, and then they quit on Sunday. All for tradition, but lack practice, because the world's moving fast, and it still has respect towards tradition. But many people follow tradition but don't practice the values. It's like reading the Holy Bible but not being kind to your neighbor, not being respectful to your neighbor. Right? You just believe in those values but you don't practice the values. Right? The scripture said, be patient, be kind, don't boast. Right? This too shall pass, but the whole time get angry and complain like, didn't it tell you to be patient? But you're not patient. Same. I thought I had to teach my parents that. I see y'all fighting all day. You say you're Buddhist. Y'all not acting Buddhist right now. I had to call my parents out all the time in the beginning. Y'all not acting Buddhist right now. Fighting. Right? Buddhists calm, respect each other. Okay, let's be peaceful. Imagine your son having to do that look, let's not yell at each other. Y'all say y'all Buddhist? And so eventually they stop fighting with each other so much. They're both very independent and dominant. So me showing up as like spiritual honestly bugged them in the beginning. Oh, here he comes again. Dang. Making us all peaceful. Making us all peaceful in this house. And if they ever fight, they fight gently now. Because they know I'll come out there and just start watching. My audience hear y'all. Yep. They hear y'all fighting. You want to come on a podcast right now? What if they would got mad at you? In the beginning they did. But when you get better and you don't give up, you learn how to open your mind so you can help people, starting with yourself and your family. Thank you, Lila, for 3 months sub on TikTok. And thank you, Turn On a Dime, for 43 months sub. Resub. Attendance and ability to recite it is not the same as understanding and living it. That's what I'm talking about. That's why they say don't follow it. It's hard to reach the moon if you're just stuck on a finger. The Buddha point to the moon, but some people are stuck on the instruction. Buddha, what about? Tell me more. The journey from the finger to the moon, you had to take the leap of faith. And some people are too scared to do that on their own. So they just become somebody who studies the Buddha's finger only. Routine spirituality, routine religiosity, no feeling, no enthusiasm, lacks passion. And the master made sure for me to not end up like that. That's why he did the hammer smash. Kapow! I'm sorry. No, he didn't. It's just more like, right? The fire. It, right? Iron's hammer. Right? Iron sharpens iron, right? Ding out, shoot, and then eventually. Things began to make sense that it didn't make sense. And then things begin to unfold, but nothing is unfolding. Doors begin to open without me needing to open the doors. I was like, wait, what? Oh, you plant mango, you get mango. You help people, people help you back. If you want the world to be peaceful, you have to be peaceful. But don't just do it on Sunday or Saturday. It's every day. Even at work when you hate your boss? Yes. Even with your mama who you don't talk to? Yes. But you do talk to her on Thanksgiving or something? Yes. Even to my nosy neighbors? Yes. But of course have boundaries. You're not here to let people walk all over you. Even if you're in food service and it's a Saturday night, 3 tables didn't tip you. No, yes, yes. This feels like stand-up comedy today. We need to get back on track right now. I don't know what's going on. Are some people just cursed? No. If they believe they're cursed, that's what they get. Isn't this the comedy show? It's sit-down comedy. You think you're coming to meditate, but it turns out the happy Buddha is playing. You're like, I thought his name was Taout. Me too. There is no sickness anymore. You know, whenever I was training with the master, people always came to him asking him to heal the brujeria, which is like black magic. Because, you know, honestly, in uneducated areas of the world, there's more black magic because that's what people do to each other when they lack education. We don't do that in here. Why? Because there's wisdom. But when in places that lack wisdom, they practice more. And it's not just, you know, it's everywhere. Thailand, Thai people, everywhere in the world, people practice some type of magic, black magic. And usually it's because they want somebody's property, they want their ex back, or they want money. And to do that, you have to make a sacrifice with money. But of course, it's more than that. But the magic only works if the collective that you're part of believes in it. If you're part of a community that doesn't believe in that, it's not real. But negativity is. So black magic simply is casting negative intentions on each other, but because you believe that you can cast negative intention on each other, it works because everyone believes in it. So when you hear brujeria, right, voodoo, if you're around people who believes in it, practices it, and spend money on it, then you manifest it. But when you just stay true to gratitude, be a good person, and don't mess with that world, but sometimes we get involved with that because our culture, we're part of that culture, and sometimes it doesn't serve us well just because we're born around it. Brujas, brujos. How do you fight evil? Kamehame. Depends on what you mean by that. You fight evil with good, but you don't fight evil, you just be a good person. Essentially, I'm fighting evil right now by cultivating a peaceful community. You don't see me do what the, right? Come on, evil. Ooh. I need an arrow on my head now. Give me an arrow now. Mystic Village activation. Love your damn self. Good night, sister. Say a word about Alan Watts and his alcohol thing. Don't know what you're talking about. Alan Watts is very popular, especially when you do psychedelics. People trip and listen to Alan Watts, but they're not willing to meditate. Only when they're on something. And some people listen to Alan Watts when they're not on something. But oftentimes, that's how I was introduced. Dude, we should listen to Alan Watts. Which I have. Alan Watts talks about a lot of Zen Buddhism. I enjoy it, but I don't see him as my main teacher because, welcoming Sister Grace, because I don't resonate with the scientific style of delivery that he does. Right? Like I'm looking for, when I listen to somebody's tone, the lightness of their voice helps me to feel peace. And when I hear Alan Watts talking about Zen Buddhism, it's like, damn, I feel like you're looking at me with a freaking magnifying glass right now. Here's, the Zen Buddhist, you know what I'm saying? So it felt more like National Geographic than a spiritual teacher. And that's what made me like, It was conflicting delivery for me. Yeah. But the content of what he says felt more philosophical than spiritual. And I follow, it's just more about that matters to me because that's just what I resonate with. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I didn't study him too much because of the delivery style. It felt a little bit I felt like I was in like more of a laboratory. And that's, everybody has their own flavor. Yeah, everybody has their own. I definitely listened to him for like 6 months to a year until I found Thich Nhat Hanh and other. Yeah, that's definitely what they sounded in the 60s and 70s for sure. I like it because it felt historic. Ooh, I'm listening to somebody historic, ooh, like you feel like you're in on this must what, right? The Beatles probably listened to this back in the days, man. Just tripping on. The Beatles probably on this too, man. And they probably were. Okay, they probably were. Eckhart Tolle is just like Alan Watts. I'm like, you sound just like Alan Watts. So I didn't really resonate with that because of the delivery. Like, yeah, exactly, yawn. Like, right. The mystic village is in the moment now, and the place that you should be is here and now. It's all you have. And I deleted TikTok and couldn't hop on it. Oh, welcoming Wolkstar. When you feel sad, says Janine. He's not philosophical at all. Yeah. No, it's more about the tone. When you hear somebody's tone, you can, like, that's how I listen to. When I listen to them, do I feel my cup being filled, or do I feel is your head being filled, or is your heart? I mean, I'm just biased or not. I'm just giving you why I didn't choose them as a teacher. Now, and I listened to a lot of what Eckhart Tolle spoke of. Now, who I do resonate with, Wayne Dyer. When I hear Wayne Dyer, I'm like, tell me more. What's the other dude's name? Yeah, the other dude's the one that you were talking about. The other guy, that one that always teach people how to about like right? About planning your life. I forgot what's his name. Tony Robbins' teacher, Jim Rohn. When I hear Jim Rohn, I'm like, that's the real one. Tony Robbins, more about money. Jim Rohn, I was like, Right. Tony Robbins, a bit too bougie. Jim Rohn, kind of keep it real and raw, and he was channeling a lot from the heart. I respect Tony Robbins. I like his date with Destiny or whatever. You know what I mean? But when I hear Jim Rohn, I'm like, that's his guru. No disrespect, I like the roots. Let me see here. Janine says, when you feel sad, do you let yourself feel it, or do you observe it and not feel it? Oh, you should definitely feel what you feel. And if you don't like what you feel, why do you not like it? Because when you don't like something, it's trying to teach you something. If you're sad and you don't like it, well, what's making you sad? Look at the root cause and find a solution. I don't run away. I don't run away from the sadness or pain. I face it because it's here to teach me. Everything in life's here to teach you something. It's just sometimes when it's sad, you don't want to look at it. Yeah. Right? When it's unhappiness, but the unhappiness can teach so much. Like, thank you. Good night, Transcend. Thank you. Welcome, Panda. When I first started the spiritual journey, before my awakening, I have been listening to a bunch of monks already about peace. I grew up with a decent, one monk was very good, teaching the children rhymes about peace. Be a good person. Very sad I have to go. So sorry, I'm getting very tired. Okay, have a good night, Mary. Yes, this stream is going to go on for another 4 hours. But we're going to eventually stop talking. But right now, there's a lot in the air. The thing is, Jesusale, you have to look, I would look at teachers according to what you're trying to do with your life right now. What role model are you looking for? That's it. What is your vision for that you're trying to cultivate in your life? Do you have any 432? Let's see. I haven't been listening to anyone lately. I used to like Muji. Excuse me. That was 1,600 something hertz. That's why. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Grace. Whenever I was looking for a spiritual teacher, I was looking for somebody who was operating in a channeled state. Abraham Hicks and Michael Beckwith both were speaking in a channeling style that had more emotion and flow. And that was something that was amazing to observe. They had flow state. So my teacher, whenever I'm speaking to you, I'm speaking from a flowed state because I studied teachers with a flow state until I began to study Thich Nhat Hanh, which was a controlled flow state. I also studied plant teachers, which helps to dissolve a lot of ego. Right. Plant teachers, and I would just meditate. No casualness, just meditate. Meditate and be still. So every time I had a plant teacher experience, I would say, please teach me what I don't know. Then I would meditate and observe my life, observe my ego, observe my attachment. So I began to be a practitioner, because I began to study my life, how my mind works. I studied a little Paramahansa Yogananda, looking at Kriya Yoga, but not too much. Yes, psychedelics and other things of that nature, because the universe presented to me and I said yes, and then eventually you do graduate. Let's see here. Pima Chandran, definitely love her blunt delivery, for sure. Yeah, I studied Michael Beckwith about 3 years. The spiritual liberation, the life visioning process. Right. After that, I began to study a little bit more Thich Nhat Hanh for another 2 years because, wow, profound. Lots of meditation using Insight Timer. If you need an amazing timer for your meditation, please check out the app Insight Timer to help track your meditation and other meditating community music, advice, and teachers there. I mainly use Insight Timer as a timer because that's what I used 9 years ago. 9 years ago or something. When it was old. When it was young. I remember when I got on the app, it just had 10 sounds. Some wooden sticks. A little ding bell. Some different singing bowls. In the music section, there was 10 songs. Ding, 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 ding. And I basically became a heavy meditator for about 6 years. And eventually focused more on chanting and sound healing. And eventually found a master, and then I devoted myself to Mahayana practices for about another 4 years, and then eventually naturally found Vajrayana, and the master suggested Vajrayana, so I looked into more Tibetan style healing, which is why the stream Mystic Village is basically Tibetan style Buddhism approach. Help people wake up and heal this lifetime. Deep happiness, bliss, and healing this lifetime. And so that's why that's why it takes so much. So it's a ritual and a ceremony every stream you see me do music. You get into clear your mind, you breathe, and everybody, and then the mandala starts to open. When the mandala opens, you can see, thank you so much. I'm crying right now. You just see all the comments all positive. You're like, huh. Is it true Tibetan singing bowls are not really Tibetan? Depends. Some of them are made in India, but the roots of the Tibetan bowls actually come from the Middle East, starting with stone bowls, because metal is precious back then, but stone was prevalent. So imagine you could shape. It's hard to shape a stone bowl into this size, but when you have a temple and you have devoted people, right? You just use a giant stone and you keep carving it, and then it makes sounds. That's what I learned from the Singing Bowl Museum on YouTube, who studies a lot about singing bowls and sells it. And that's all I can say about that. Or that's all I want to say about that. What is the highest measure of frequency? Infinity. So basically, I don't know. We just say it. We say the word infinity, but essentially we don't know. But no one wants to say I don't know because it makes you feel dumb. So we just say infinity. Scientists. Infinity. They say you don't know. How many colors are there? Infinity. Or just, I don't know. It just helps focus the mind for the reverberation or the vibration plays a role like many people do. It's both. Imagine everything's vibration, but so imagine you're like an antenna, but when your antenna is fuzzy, it's because your mind's everywhere, but when you focus on one point, now you can send and receive a lot more clear. You're an open channel now because you're dialed into one point. When you're not dialed in, the focus is everywhere. So when you dial it in, you have clarity. Solutions naturally come without you trying so damn hard. Because you're an open channel. But many people don't understand what that means. What is Christ consciousness frequency or love? Sorry if this seems dumb. No, that's not dumb. Welcome. Ila, what's that? Christ consciousness is love. But everyone's version of the Christ consciousness may be different because some people have a more open, abstract, and a more non-abstract. Because it's like when you were talking about things that are so abstract, the definition should also be abstract because imagine trying to put God into 3 letters, G-O-D. Cute. And so when we describe something like Christ consciousness, imagine trying to define love in your own way. Everybody's definition is different in each part of their life. Like everyone's relationship with the universe is different. But there's a lot of similarities. But you have to figure that out on your own. You believe in solfeggio scale? Do I believe in solfeggio? Should you buy a flute that's in 440 hertz or 432 hertz? Or 528 hertz flute? Sometimes we're so attached to the number of the frequency that we're not even operating with love. We're listening from our ego and not our heart. Imagine listening to 528 hertz and being in your head, yes, this is so healing, but it's all from ego and not the heart. You can buy a 432 hertz flute and play completely with your ego, thinking this flute is going to heal everything because it's 432. That's 440. Oh, damn. Well, 432 cost $50 more. Why even have 440 hertz then? Why not just, right? If 432 hertz is the only way, why even have 440? My God is the right God. My flute, 440 is the right flute. That one right there, no, that's the wrong one. I'm gonna be on for another 3 hours and 40 minutes. Because it's late for me and want to know if I'm able to get some stuff done, then rejoin in time. I mean, I hope you can get it done in 3.5 hours. But by that time, I'm not going to be talking. We're talking now because it's what brothers, sisters need currently. Calming conversations that are real, that matter, that improve people's lives. Not a bunch of things that worry you more. You know what I mean? Sometimes the thing you see on social media just make people worry too much. Like, let's take a break from that place. Let's go to take a break in the Mystic Village. So this is an alternative to worrying media or just thinking too much. I died for 6 minutes when I was 9 from a heat stroke. I experienced the incredible journey to the light. Beautiful. Chakras, many tradition. There is only one chakra. The 7 chakra inspire people to have more. Imagine this. The wisdom is so boring that we need to add colors to it. Right? Yin and yang is so, like, just the prana is so boring. So you need to introduce yin and yang. Yin and yang is so boring, black and white. You need to add color so that people can return back to nowhere. What do you mean nowhere? That's so damn boring. Ugh. Right? That's why all these chakra is just guiding you back to it. Because when you become inspired to meditate on your chakra, it's one point. But that one point is still here. Your breath, the moment, all one love, one light. Omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, Om Mani Padme Hum. Or whatever they say nowadays. Let's see here. Like masters have created mechanisms that the mind can play with for a while until you experience sensing your body fully. My master is an enlightened being. When I started with him, he gave me red, yellow. But I see traditionally they practice it differently. To me, see all the lights you want. Follow your teacher. Trust your teacher. But look at the results too. That's it. Just have great result in your life. That's why the master, we've been guided to not follow supernatural power, because we end up putting our masters on a pedestal and we don't practice deeply, because we're showing off the supernatural power and we put this, right? And so we don't want people following spirituality because they want to open their third eye when they don't even know what the third eye is. And so they end up opening their third ego. And then they might charge people lots of money for it while they do nothing. But since they paid $300 for a healing, they believe they got something. Because after $300, if they got nothing, they would have got scammed by somebody who's a professional. But Jesus and Buddha never charged people money. But I can't say that too loud. Oh, I already did. Oops. Welcome K2, Maria. Looks like music is coming upon us now. You can feel like, I think it's time. Welcome, Darren. Let me do a little warm-up. Everybody has their own spiritual path and journey. Just be effective and be happy. Stay humble. Please stay humble and check your ego every time. Like moment to moment. If you're not constantly checking your ego, sometimes it already took over and you didn't even know. And that's why masters are there to chop that ego. I thought I was humbled until the master showed me, oh, you have more. And the axe came out and chopped the ego. Oh, I didn't know that was there. Oh. Thank you for kicking my butt for years to help me see what I don't see. You think you have some left? Oh, you gotta keep checking. It's not something that you get rid of completely. You just have to babysit your ego every day. That's it. Because your ego is useful. It's like a buffalo. The buffalo helps you to get to point A and point B. But it might get off track because the buffalo wants to wander off track all the time. Ooh, Burger King. No, we're going to school right now. I go to college. Ooh, Starbucks. Nope, we're not doing Starbucks today. Ooh, Macy's. Oh, it's a red tag sale. You don't need nothing there. For real. That's waste money. You don't have some right now. You're working on improving your wealth. You don't need that. Let's go to the Goodwill. I think we should do 1 hour today. Let's do 1 hour sound healing journey. I need some warm up time, so that means 1 hour and 10 minutes. 1 hour and 10 minutes. Or instead, that's just 70 minutes. 70 minutes, yeah. Oh. Okay, it doesn't let you do 70 minutes. Okay, let's just start the timer and then we'll add onto the timer. Let's see here, F4. There we go. 9-minute warm-up time. Thank you for helping me complete my subscriber goal on here. So we'll just do another goal. Hertz hum. I do. I have a 46 low cut filter on here. One, two, three. Get lost again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. is called a triple drone flute. use your headphones for the best listening experience. Buddha Tan, Sandra, Sylvia, welcome everybody to the peaceful party on the internet, the Love Your Damn Self party. Relax your whole body. Scan your body. What's stressing? Is your shoulder still tight? Are you still scrunching your forehead? Are your eyeballs still intense from focusing too much and still doing it? Chill. If you want to. Spiritual teacher. Relax your whole body. Breathing in, be aware that you're breathing in. Breathing out, be aware that you're breathing out. Excuse me, just real quick. Excuse the party foul. DJ, hit that singing bowl. takes some time to calm your body, 10 to 15 minutes, so give yourself some time to acclimate towards peace and groundedness. In the beginning, our mind may still be wandering about a bunch of random things that we may not want. And take your time to breathe. Not too rough. Okay, you're not going to the gym. You're in the dojo, the meditation dojo. Soothing breathing. Slowly out. When you begin to relax, you may feel some tingling from you letting go of the heaviness of your life, helping you save money on Botox and fillers, because a happy face has less wrinkle. See, save money and meditate. Thank you, Michael. Michael got the new merch. Happy birthday to Sister Jill today. How are you doing? Check in with yourself. Calm or still busy? Personally, I like to rotate my shoulder because we use our shoulders so much. Will you be doing a no talking sound bath? Maybe after this one for 30 minutes, yeah. Is helping people do a guided meditation right now a little bit. Breathing in, be aware that you're literally Breathing in, breathing out. Literally be aware that you're breathing out. Because sometimes we're not literally doing it. We're just... And the reason is that the stress is in here. Your breath has no emotion, you just breathe. I also like to smile a little bit. Just a gentle smile, nothing like cheesy. Yeah. Let yourself be happy. I give myself permission to relax and worry tomorrow. If you have something to worry about, you have all day tomorrow to worry. Today, chill. Maybe next year you can worry. Next year. Welcome, Susan. I'm not planning to add any drums right now. We're too chill. I do have some drums like this. That's it. Scan your body. What's still holding on? Eyebrow scrunching, forehead. Relax. Sometimes we click our jaw because we're not trying to relax. Sometimes we're fidgety. Let it all go. Thank you, Charlie. Barella. I let myself feel peace tonight. Take your time to breathe. There's nowhere to go. Unless you're actually going somewhere literally. The bells feel like an alarm because that's your relationship with listening. This can feel like an alarm or a reminder to relax. Welcome to the Tibetan singing bowl party. A little flute for you. Would you like to hear a Japanese flute? Or do you want to do a Native American flute? Just type in Japanese or Japan, Native or Japan. Just type Native or Japan. All right. Looks like the Japanese flute will be next. This is called the Akibono in the key of G for the throat chakra, just like the singing bowl. Thank you for the follow. Wendy, Chucker, Haley, thank someone. Yogi. This is not a recording. Thank you for 44,000 likes on TikTok. How are we doing? We're at the 1 hour mark. How are you feeling today from today's sound experience? Throat chakra and the third eye chakra. Thank you. 80,000 followers. Welcome, Melanie. Nay all day. We're going to continue the sound healing vibes for another hour, looks like, because everybody looks in the vortex of positive energy right now. I want to keep the momentum. Thank you, Brother Arrow Eyes. Something soothing for pain, calming and peace. Jamie Lynn, Cosmic Surf Pro, Michael, Dark, PKS here, Sage. Warmth and hugs. I've been quiet. I've had my eyes. Anyone else have something on their heart before we do one more hour? Susan says, amazing sounds, soothing. Thank you, Ali. I need healing, says Kimberly Montoya. Healing. Healing the heart. Pain relief, okay. Doing the gentle vibes, is it? Okay. Make sure you have your headphones on. We're going to focus on the flutes and bowls. Has been the most effective journey so far. Thank you, Monique. Healing sounds are helpful with a good, happy feeling before going to work. Thank you, Maria. Muchos gracias. Obrigado. One hour. Let's do 1 hour and 10 minutes because I need that warm-up time. Healing the heart and healing the body. Up next, in the Love Your Damn Self party. Here we go. "30 minutes. We gotta bump the number here. Sorry about that. Good morning. if your TikTok is lagging, you could lower the quality somehow, I think. So 1 hour has passed. How do we feel so far? Thank you, Son. Thank you to all the blessing today. Olivia, Honey, Bennett, KT. It says, thank you so much, BT. I feel my sadness subsided and replaced with love and renewed energy. Thank you, Brother Arrow Eyes. Check out Brother Arrow Eyes Sound Healing. Welcome, Storm McLeod. KT. Thank you. The flute was amazing as always because it was something I always fell asleep to. Okay. Got you on a big screen thanks to YouTube. With watching with my niece. Hello, Roxy. Thank you for listening. Got Dory. Karioi Oterangi. Looks like a New Zealand name for some reason. Blessing. Khop kun khap kun Blue Eye Blue Eye Blue Eye มีคนไทยมาด้วย It's a Mark. Okay, thank you. Welcome. Karayoi. Raven Crow here. Thank you, brother. Today was very delicate. I had to tiptoe a lot today. Delicate energy. People's emotion tender today. When people feel healing energy, you don't want to get involved too much, but you have to stay fulfilled and not do routine sound healing. That's why you see me bring out like a lot of variety of gentleness. You know, just gentle. I was a little sloppy today, honestly. Didn't get my full nap. Thank you, Honey Cake. Everything's so heavy sometimes. The gentleness in the world can be missing. And so you have to balance the community's energy. Yeah. Basically, this is more slumber party, pillow fight party. Yeah. Thank you, James. Thank you, Uncle James. Here, we gotta do one for the children real quick. Here's one for the children. Of course, thank you for bringing your family in here. Thank you, Beatrice, for the galaxy. I'm always grateful that you bring your family in here because that means you trust the community enough and the vibes enough to share with your mother and your niece, your husband. And it's a positive energy, you know. Most of the time. You already know. One love. Thank you, Mujer Angola. Tanya, Monique, Juanita Hernandez Rodriguez, Marcus Edwards, thank you, Empress Mo, Fanta, Butterfly, Manifest Yourself. Yesenia's been commenting on the YouTube page. Thank you, Leo, Sage, Raven Crow, Sylvia. Sometimes life's busy, so. Thank you, Cece. Thank you for the follow, Indira. Thank you, brother. Welcome, George and Kiat. Lotus crystal ball. good energy in here now. Took some time today, actually. Whenever the mandala or the positive energy, when we're on the same page, serenity happen. You know. Thank you, Jen XGG, Caroline, Angelina. Tell me how I can reach nirvana. I don't think I can tell you that, but I can tell you how to be happy. That's enough for me. And help people. Thank you, brother. Help people. Help your neighbor. Because when you need help, people will help you back. Well, if you never help nobody, when you need help, nobody help you. What kind of flute are you still wanting to hear? We still got around 38 minutes left. What are you wanting to hear more of? Or are we good? Small ones. There's a ton of, oh, you mean this? It's a light color. Oh. Is it like this? Shorter than this. That's the shortest one. you mean like that's the shortest flute in the room, almost. What color was it? Is it something like that? The heart flute. Light. Oh, okay. The new one. This just came in yesterday. $20 from Facebook Marketplace. Amazing flute. Yeah, I went to pick it up in front of a Chipotle or something like that. We're meeting in front of Chipotle. $20. I'm so grateful because this is usually like not $20, $80 or something. Maybe. I think it's plastic, but it's like, this is in a key of G. Yeah, this is wood. It's just good wood. Yeah, I got lucky. They didn't want it. They were drummers. Shout out to the old folks. Okay, what kind of accompaniment you want? Guitar, piano, kalimba. Let's see here. This is a G major. Let's try guitar. Let's try the guitar. G major. And I used GarageBand because I have no idea what is G major. Just press it on here. pan could blend into this, he says. Let's see. been looking at a hand pen and I really want to buy one, but they're expensive. Yeah. It's more about, it's a risk. Right? Hand pans are gonna be at least 500 for the one that is gonna be okay. But they'll go out of tune quickly. If you actually practice and enjoy it, but that's part of the initiation, unless you have the money. 1,300 hand pan. Realistically, if you're not getting a quality one, it won't last. Thank you, honey. K47. One of the reasons I don't have a hand pan is because, when the metal is lower quality, the tuning gets out of, right? Thinner metal tunes more quickly and also goes out of tune quickly. And there's nobody to tune these things unless you're in a city that has tons of tuners, which not in Texas. Austin is the closest, but it's not worth it. You gotta get 10 out of tune hand pans together for somebody to do it. And who knows how quickly they'll get out of tune again. So it's like, you can't guarantee it. Yeah. And I need different keys. With this app you can play. You can have every scale on here. I'm like, why do I need, right? With how many scales I'm using, I would need like 20 hand pans. More. But nothing will replace the actual instrument in live performance. When you're watching someone, oh, thank you for 100K likes, I appreciate it. Here, I'll do one performance. Let's go with the... We'll do one real quick here. But of course, I have like a whole studio accompaniment. When you go out in public, you don't need all this if you can just do one thing really good. Right? Because you just need to master one art form, help the world. But you need some sort of mastery that you're proud of and you're confident in. And just keep practicing and you'll get good at anything. But you just have to believe in it. Right? I believe in being here, so that's why it begins to work. This is the pygmy, A pygmy scale on a handpan. It's an expensive art form. Yeah, flutes are a lot cheaper than handpans, and it's why I don't have handpans. Thank you, Haley. Yeah, we got 7 more minutes. Okay, this is the A. A is higher pitched. Depends on what octave A is. Right. This is a A3, I think. No, yeah, or A2. A3. This one is the way it's designed, the shakuhachi, it's a lot more smoother. I mean, this instrument is so appropriate for solos, right? Just this ambience. the steak sauce. A1 would be like a gigantic gong at the most gentle. Boom, boom. Right, this is A2. A sharp 2, you know. So with the gong, that low rumble, here's 82 hertz, E2. I don't even think your ears, I don't know. I don't even know my chord is on here. It's on the screen. But I know what I can chant though, you know. I can go to A sharp in my throat chanting. Okay, I'm doing this one. Let me lower the yeah, to warm it up a little bit. You know what? I'm down for that. So if you're trying to sleep, this might be something you like or won't like. Enjoy. So as I warm up, the crazy part is you have to relax everything. And so the way I practice, that's more modern way to practice. So you can see it too, it's quite interesting. Turn it into a game. To my late night game, throat chanting practice game. But the main part, I need to control it. That's why I don't just do anything, because I need to. Then you take a break. Let your throat rest. Because if you strain your throat too much, it won't go lower. You have to slowly as you warm up, you see it getting lower and lower. And then the best part is find your favorite mantra. All right, find your favorite mantra. Take a break so that everything and drinking water helps to lubricate. Of course, throat chanting in this way it's just part of the art. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just making stuff up, honestly. That's what I always do, though. I just make stuff up. It just kind of comes out sometimes. You know? Whoa, that sounds cool. How can I repeat that? So the reason I'm throat chanting deeper because of the new mantra, the Padma Sambhava mantra, Ahum Vaja Guru Bama Siddhi Hom. It's just inspiring me to go lower. Right. How low can you go? How low can you go? And you can see, so when you watch the frequency, you can see is what you're doing reducing the tone or raising it. Just by trial and error, you can figure out how to unlock your voice. You can use any tuner app, but getting a professional, like getting a good mic, helps you to be more accurate and more responsiveness. Because sometimes the phone, my phone's so busted up. It's so bad. My phone's so busted up too. Take this out. Oh, hello. Oh. That's okay, sorry, busted. Do you have a staple? I bought it used anyway. Functional. I'm thinking of getting a foldable phone, but not yet. I don't really need one yet. Give me a Nokia. So right now it's not working because I can feel the sound should be here, but it's up here. Right, so my goal is to find a way, and one of the techniques I learned is to slightly turn your head down. So the more I get the mantra helps to instead of having the mantra helps a lot actually. So having that. Oh yeah, I don't mind the crease really. But what's a better option? Just get a large screen phone. Oh, okay. By the end of this year, I should get to A sharp. And by A sharp, I should get to A. It's a good hobby. You cannot relax. Okay, let me help you. The S24 Ultra is not in my price range. I'm trying to not $400 or something. Yes, the master is very nice, unless you're trying to be a light worker or bodhisattva. Then he has to shop. Which is a great thing, because most teachers won't spend time chopping you, your ego. And most students won't show up every day for their egos to be chopped. Unless you're crazy like me. Sometimes you think you're humble, but to become more humble, the mentor will humble you. Many spiritual ego people have big ego because they don't have a mentor to humble them sometimes, and that's why things become very corrupted easily. It's the nature of the mind, easy to fall back in your old ways. That's why he won't train anybody. I don't even know if he'll train anyone now. Sometimes you have to show up at the right time, because sometimes the door closes and it doesn't open again because it's not meant for you. Maybe something better. See, now my throat is inflamed like a... Basically, just getting to B is already amazing. I only sleep 4 hours a night always. So. As long as you're healthy, that's it. You chopped me up on week 1. Imagine whatever that happened to you, Michael. That's just a little sliver of dust. Because whenever you have to break your ego, you don't really want it, but you need it. But to be trained, you have to surrender to the Lama or to your teacher. And hopefully that teacher doesn't charge you money for the training, because it requires more than money to be trained. You have to be an apprentice, you have to be devoted, and you have to make sacrifice. And many people don't want to do all that. Easier to pay for a certificate. Like every day that you're coming here, brothers, sisters, I'm training you naturally. Every day that you show up, you're going to learn something. I learn something every time I come here. Like, seasons changing. Heaviness in people's minds. Oh, I can do this. Right. Or I could... Sounds like a Minecraft, yeah. It's usually... The reason I explain things so clearly is because I needed to be that clear for me, because I'm not the most, my mind's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but my intuition is not even mine, of course. I didn't do very well in grade school, but when it comes to spiritual school, I definitely excel. Of course, spiritual school is just called this, whatever this is. You could, and it's not even philosophy. It's the art of surrender, the channeling. It's called the channeled state. I just get out of. I'm just so grateful. I learned how to turn this off on command. Just beep, and let the music come through. When I'm speaking, I just turn it off, and the words come through without me thinking so much. But I do a ton of meditation to achieve that. In the past, I don't even meditate traditionally anymore. Like when I'm with you, I'm in a meditative state most of the time. That's why I sound like this. Whenever I don't sound like this, it means I'm warming up to this meditative state where I can channel music. That's why the music comes out like different, you know. That's why the sound healing. I don't make the music. I'm just a bridge, which I say often, but it's hard to explain what that really means. But when you feel it, you understand what that means. But explaining it is kind of impossible. But you can get really close with articulating the art of channeling. You can say mediumship, but I'm not channeling anyone other than just loving energy, right? Yeah. And so, yeah, and the more, so when I sit here, I already know where every flute is, so I could just, but the space is not dialed in yet because we just got new monitors and all this. When the space is dialed in, I know where every instrument is without looking. So whenever I need to, the universe says, hey, pick up that super bass flute from India. I already know it's back here. It's somewhere. Right, hey, pick up that D-sharp drone flute over there. And I kind of already know it's around here. I just look one time, grab, boom, right? Pick up that bright, like root chakra singing bowl over here, right? I already know. So when the feng shui is accurate, you don't have to think. You just, right? So everything's so dialed in, except these, right? I could dial things in more. It's just we're not there yet. It's like so much fine tuning to where everything doesn't require you thinking very much. I can just pick this up. Right, so essentially I need like a headphone amplifier. Plug this in. So that's why it requires so much focus, because it's you have to know where everything is. Because when it's time to do like a 1 hour and everyone's quiet and there's 400 or 500 people here, sometimes 1,000 people, you better deliver, because you've been blessed. That's it. So, and as the momentum grows, the community grows, and you as practitioners grow too. Whether you do sound healing or you're a yoga teacher, you grow with me, we grow together. And I'm teaching you right now for free, because the art form needs, like, if you can even practice, like, great. Right? If you can even get this far, like, congratulations, it's already a lot. But imagine that it never stops. Right? The other things that are dialed in, the microphone. I just pick up the microphone. I know, put this here, put this here, press the volume, right? It's already on. Or I know the distance of the mic, how gentle I should be speaking, where I should be looking. I know all the chat boxes are mainly on the screen, and a little bit here. I know it's like, really? A little bit here? Yeah. Welcome to my life. A little bit over here. There's too many boxes and they don't all fit on one screen, so I have two monitors. Right? So imagine everything on screen has to be in place, so that you don't have to think where to click and look. But right now, and it's the reason why I have a third monitor, because I have so many windows open that I can't manage with two screens. It's just disorganized. So as everything becomes like refined, then the sound will also be more dialed in, and it takes months to figure this out, right? Years. Even getting what kind of microphone, right? Why do I have 4 of these? It cuts out the background noise. When you use the Blue Yeti microphone, it picks up too much. When you use a shotgun microphone, it has a lot of off, it has like the most off-axis rejection. This is actually not pre-recorded. I'm actually live. I know. Thank you for asking. I usually don't stay on this late actually, but I just feel people are paying attention. When people pay attention, it's time to teach. Yeah. Because the attention won't always be there. That's why. You've been answering my question, so definitely live. Yeah. No, somebody's on YouTube asking. That's why. And this is my job, my purpose, my calling, my life's work, basically, is what you're looking at. So that's why it's so much involved. I live for this. And if you're not all in, you might not find great results. Just like art form, right? If you're not all in, then you're not really in. So you have to slowly find a way to be all in. And when the universe opens that channel for you, you have to pay attention. So whenever you do sound healing and you get into a channeled state, you're all in. And that's when you see, and you can feel everyone dialing in together. And the mandala opens. Essentially, this is what happens when you become effective. People start feeling like this and they don't know that's what's going on. Right? They start feeling the center. It's not even the outside. They feel the center of the mandala. Single pointed focus and freedom and joy and bliss. Right? And I'm just explaining this to you because that's kind of what happens when you find a way to be effective as a sound healer. Right? That's why I try not to move too much. Alright, I think it's time to get off. Thank you so much, Ali, Tina Kaczynski, Salted Moon, Cole, and Miss G. Thank you so much. The more sound healers do a great job, the world become a better place, right? We're in the realm of sound healing, so I'm trying to share the knowledge because it's good for humanity. Here we go. And I hope you have a wonderful, 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 wonderful night. Thank you, everybody. Michael, Jamie, Sound Lab, Emily. The end. The end.